Same group protocol. I'm K-Tom, hobbyist game developer slash VTuber. And, well, don't really have a whole lot of, stuff going on the stream right now. I guess probably, and I am starting at the normal early time, which I'm trying to make this the default early time. But I also wouldn't be surprised if people aren't showing up, mostly because I am actually on time for once instead of several hours early or several hours late. But as far as what I am doing today, I have some general stuff I'd like to get done, as well as a specific kind of asset slash content that I wanted to try and do today. That specifically being the, as mentioned previously, the brick. We're going to be throwing bricks at people today. Is one of the main goals of today, is bricks thrown at people. And part of that is actually also going to be us trying to finish up some of the stuff that we did last stream, which was establishing the model system. If I have it anywhere on here, it might actually be over. I might not have fully implemented it just yet. Actually, if I look at weapon pistol start handy over here, see if I actually started it with this yet. Looks like I did. Well, not quite. No. Interesting. Okay. Unless I had it started over here. Well, there's an Amy. Hi, welcome back, Amy. Or Same Group Protocol.
Headpats incoming.
Yeah. Thank you, Headpats, Amy. Yeah, that is me. Because I'd started figuring this stuff out, I didn't actually get everything ready with it yet. So I will need to kind of push forward getting that stuff done then. I put it in here in the models, weapons, pistols folder, but I probably want to move it actually into prefabs. So as I was saying, last time that we had actually done some on-stream dev was us trying to figure out something for the weapon display system. There's a weapon display handler was the concept that we were starting. Let's go ahead and open this prefab. Yes, but you did actually start kind of figuring out how it's gonna work. Aha! Ha, okay, yeah, weapon display handler. Yeah, funny. No, it's weapon displayed slate, actually. Anyways. Okay, so. The idea is supposed to be that this thing that we had just created here, this is our prefab for the spare magazines, I believe. It's got the mesh renderer disabled. So. The main thing that we need to figure out. I did not add any correct documentation to this. I really wish I added more documentation to this before just flopping it out. Right, so reserved magazines, I believe it should be one for anything that isn't an akimbo weapon. Or I guess anything that's might have multiple breech load shells, I guess, potentially. So I think the idea is supposed to be that magazine system could be used for shells as well. In fact, that's actually what the is magazine shell toggle is for. Which I don't know what that actually is for. So if the magazine is a shell, then we don't have a dropped magazine count pool. We'll only have a pool for the spare magazines for reload animations. I see. Because then, whenever we want to do ejecting during a reload, we'll actually instead be doing a shell eject instead. That was the concept behind that. It sucks. I really should have put more documentation on this. We'll figure it out, though. I'm you. Are you attacking me again? You are attacking me again? Why are you like this? I can't handle this today. I want to focus. If you have to share the damage, you can eject my shells. I refilled my water today, but I might still need to refill it again early in the stream. Oh well. I'll do that in a sec. Anyways, so main weapon render. I believe the way that works is that's it, and then the magazine render is that. There's no akimbo. This isn't an akimbo weapon. Main weapon root will be this armature pistol B93R. 20 minutes of break. I'm gonna. Good luck. Main muzzle point. Thankfully, we do have that. I believe so. Yep, sure is. Don't need a Kimbo muzzle point. Staring at the windshield motionless until 240. Main magazine bone is this. Spare magazine prefab. We didn't actually add the weapon spare magazine. There it is. Which will set that as the owning weapon. And this is a magazine render? Yes, it is. So I'll slap that in there. Awesome. For now, we'll leave those values, because we'll have to figure out what those values are going to be when we actually figure out what the animations are going to look like. Okay. Then, post above that for Inert was really funny. I did like vaguely read it. It's gonna jump scare me again. Hang on, it's cut off. I have to go click on it. That's experience. You equip a pole queue. Other bar patrons appear right on the mini map. Yeah. Pretty much. Okay. Yeah, I believe that is the general idea that we had. Oh, that's not what I wanted. It's the general idea that we had for how these are going to work. By the way, Ah, interesting. Oh, that's why. I see now. Okay. I was going to say that, rotation was strange for the position. But now I realize that it's actually the same rotation as the magazine, and then it's going to display there. I see I just zeroed out the position. That's fine. I forgot that I couldn't actually. I forgot that I have this disabled, so that's why. Okay, so other things that we are going to need to do in order to actually get this stuff running. Oh, that's right. I'm going to need to actually go back to data folder to go into weapon info. We need to add the that thing as the prefab in the weapon info. Now, previously, we were having this dropped item prefab, item equipable weapon. This is going to get replaced with one that is going to be generic, that will handle all weapons by simply using the following field, which will be a public weapon display handler prefab. We do actually need to go back to it because I wanted to set up some other values that are missing from here. One of those things that is definitely missing is we need a pose that is used for the weapon as displayed on the ground. Possibly also, what I might actually do is I might have a transform that's used, and we'll just have to set up something so that it inverts the transform in order to get the actual position it's supposed to be at. Possibly, because that will also let us do rotation. In theory. Now, what we can do, actually, is, the thing is, I don't think I can, serialize in this inspector a, quaternion. I'm not sure if the quaternions really serialize properly at all on this. Unless they do. I mean, what we can actually do is I can actually go into the project files and then see what the YAML actually populates with. If I put, because I know this won't show up in the thing. If I put right here, we'll do public. Let's go with quaternion. We'll go with item form. I think the item form is going to be the general other situation that we want the weapon to be displayed in. Item form rotation. So we are going to have to get rid of this default value here. Yeah, except I do kind of want this to be... Hopefully I didn't just save that change. I probably did. Oh well. We save that. Now it's gonna compile. And I'll also have an item for position. Oh! It shows up, but it shows up as a Euler. Interesting. Which, let's say I do, like, 10, which, funky. Hang on, select asset. Here we go. Right, there we go. That's what I wanted. I wanted to go... Where's open and explore? Show and explore. That's how. Alright. If I edit Notepad++, let's see here, skin mesh render, so mono behavior, transition, I don't even know, that's for the magazine. Mono behavior, here we go. Item form rotation. It does, in fact, save it correctly. This is a quaternion. XYZW. Interesting. Okay. Neat. So it does actually serialize like that. I will still end up doing some custom editor things to add like a button to say like, hey, use this transform to kind of determine where the gun should go. I think in general, it should automatically assume that a zeroed out transform is how the gun is supposed to look. So this is zeroed out. And then in order to actually do its item placement, it should go, you know, this and then that kind of offset. I could probably go look at what the offset looks like on the other, on the currently existing item prefabs. And just have a button I can click and say, set this as the position and rotation type deal. So I could do vector 3, item, form, position. We should put 0 here. And at the moment, that should be the only things I really need to do with it. Excuse me. So for now, we're gonna set this up. Public void set weapon display. So in order to do this, the main thing we need to do is The general idea is that it's going to like temporarily place the akimbo side pistol to the left, basically. Although I can also do... Hold on. Let me actually take a look real quick at how the weapon holder normally works. Where's our bean? Here's our bean. Yeah, okay, so there isn't like a thing that normally attaches it to other than its own root. So if I go look at player weapon holder, I kind of want to set this up such that when we do, even if we're not actually using the animation system and we're just using floating weapons, instead of making the weapon float, we should make a weapon holding transform float instead. Might just do that. Yeah, so in that case, what we're going to do... First off, go ahead and set up a public transform. This is going to have that pattern to it. I should really create a snippet for that so I can create these easier. And call this main hand attachment handle. Get private set. We'll also have an akimbo hand attachment handle. I could also call it, instead of main hand, offhand, because we also want to be able to attach magazines to the offhand for reloads. Therefore, we'll want that as well. So I have a bool over here that says this prototype floating weapon. When that is true, we want to just move those specifically. Right now, the way that it works is that we actually position the weapon transform to these positions. But what we're gonna do instead is we do still need the weapon in order to tell the state of the weapon here and use it to do the draw animation. However, you'll instead be placing main hand attachment handle there. Let's start handling this. Never actually did set up interp handle the way I wanted it to, did I? Unless I did. Take a look. There's still the, last I remember, there was an issue they were having where because the, character controller only moves on, like it has no physics interpolation. It looks a little jittery with the 60 FPS camera that's smoothed. I don't actually see that anywhere here. So I will still need to get that set up. But actually, I thought that I did have, like, you know, fire weapon holder. If I look at you, where's the weapon holder? Oh, it doesn't actually have that. I wonder if it actually used, the main transform. Unless it was in player movement? It's this face towards aim, I see. Which actually, yeah, I think it is actually just the transform. Interesting. But I do believe the player weapon holder will still try and, like, aim the gun directly at it, at least when it's using the floating space thing. Whereas when we actually set up the animations, we're going to do an animation interpolation, or like a animation blend. So the character will have like an animation of them pointing the gun straight forward, an animation of them pointing the gun to the right, to the left, up, down, and then we blend those together in order to get like offset weapon positions. That's kind of the idea that we had. Anyways, we're gonna create an empty here, and we're gonna call it main weapon floating. Oh, that's right. We need to add field serialized field. There. Now they show up here. Alright, now I want to go to our weapon display handler. Let's actually set that up, honestly. We want to do... We're setting this to weapon display. So we'll actually do transform main hand, transform off hand equals null. By default. And we'll only grab that offhand if we need to. Alright. So first we'll attach main hand. We want to clear rotation and position on the gun. So the first thing we want to do is take our main weapon root. Actually, I should actually add some. I was complaining earlier about not having documentation on these. I should probably add that documentation. I want to use my tooltip plus summary snippet here. But again, we might actually want, we may actually want, 2 magazines for a lot of guns. Because if we do a tactical reload, we want to save the other magazine, potentially. Probably will end up setting them up for that. Alright. Which we do need to add field to the tooltip, so that it actually shows up in Unity. Alright. Well, that's some other things. Main weapon render. Usually skin mesh render that renders the main gun. I feel like a lot of those actually aren't. Okay, this one, though, we want to have a code snippet for sure. The main weapon root. Root transform used by both the main and magazine. Skinned mesh renders attached to player's right hand. Yeah, basically that. And a Kimbo weapon will be used for that. Main muzzle point. Transform that the come on, shared muzzle actually transform that is used to fire projectiles, because in reality we shouldn't actually need to handle a separate muzzle object anymore, because instead of just disabling the entire object, we are just going to be hiding the gun from here on out. Speaking of hiding the gun, we do also need to set up some, like, generic muzzle flashes. Though I still need to kind of figure out how that's going to look in this art style. Part of what'll help is actually getting the rest of the level design done. But, you know, there's going to be a few different things that we need to do with that. Yeah, the idea would be that we want to attach, if it's going to be a... What's the word I'm looking for? If it's going to be a, like, prefab muzzle flash, we will attach that prefab to the weapon display handler prefab. And then that will then get used for... it'll get fired whenever the weapon wants to fire, is generally the idea. In fact, I do want to look at some other things that equipable weapon normally uses. Yeah, so this is going to need to be reworked. This muzzle reference needs to be reworked because it's currently targeting a variable that it uses. As such, I'll probably need to, like, mark this as obsolete, and that'll help kind of figure things out. Something that'll probably help is, of course, again, we need... And also this disable on holster. That needs to be replaced. In fact, weapon display handler will probably need, like, an array of particle effects that need to be stopped whenever the weapon is holstered. Possibly even sound effects as well. If I want a weapon to have an idle sound, we'll probably want to make sure that idle sound is stopped whenever the weapon is holstered. That'll be interesting. Okay. So what else do we need to set up? Right, well, I wanted to look at more stuff from equipable weapon. We can just go ahead and throw obsoletes at all of these. Migrate this to weapon display handler. Copy that and also slap that onto this. We probably do want weapon display handler to also know its weapon info as well, so I might as well add that as a reference. It might as well be a publicly accessible one. This will have its own weapon info. Other things that need to be handled. I don't see anything else here. We'll go look at base weapon behavior. So check our equipable. Weapon info is drawn. Seems to be everything for that, but we need weapon behavior generic ballistic to test. Serialized projectile prefab, that's fine. These are all floats, it's floats. Variables, default fire sound. Yeah, looks like weapon behavior should be decoupled from that, so that's good. That's how it should be. Does it need to be decoupled from its animation stuff? Okay, so. With the equipable weapon, for now, what we're gonna need, you take this. It's technically going to be a variable, but I will still let it be field, serialized field. And I want this to be a reference to weapon, display, handler, display, handler. We are going to need methods to, like, replace that. Essentially, if that display handler exists, then we need to delete it as we're adding a new one, essentially. Unless the new one is ours, in which case we don't do anything. We can also, like, make sure that we have a variable in here such that we know that we're attached to but as such we don't need this serialized field. Instead we want equipable weapon. Attached to weapon. For now, it'll be like that. Which way we want to make sure that we specify that here. There we go. So I'll start doing that then. So what we want to do is our transform. We're going to set parent to attach to weapon. And from now on, whenever we equip a weapon, we're going to want to just parent the weapon to the character's root, and then instead position the, you know, the handles into the player's hands. So you set it to that false on world position stays. Attached to weapon dot transform. Is there like a clear? No. Default? No. Let's do set position and rotation, or local position and rotation. Should be 0, 0? No, 0. And identity. But why? There we go, okay, that works. I was going to say, why is it not suggesting quaternion identity? But there it is. Alright. I swear, sometimes it's very weird about not suggesting quaternion identity until I, like, completely rerun it. Alright. We will, of course, need to make sure that we actually set our attached to weapon. Attached to weapons is equal to attached to weapon. Attached to weapon. I think actually a weapon is going to call it on this, therefore, like for example, public void set weapon display. Weapon display handler. Display handler. Here we'll want to do which does mean we probably actually do want... Nah. We'll write our display handler to ourselves, and then we just call display handler set weapon display to this. We're an equipable weapon. We should be able to find player weapon holder from here, I think. Somehow. Keyword somehow. Okay, it's equipped to player, apparently. That's right, it's a base equipable! I forgot about that! Right, okay. It's base equipable, which means there's equipped to player that is inherited. Yeah, there's the weapon holder. Main hand attachment handle. We're actually going to need to cache that, because otherwise that's annoying. So copy that there. Go ahead and qualify that explicit type. And then offhand attachment handle. Cool. For now, this should be it. Oh, actually, there is one other thing, which is... where's... equipable weapon? First we do need to check if display handler exists. First, if display handler is already... If we're trying to assign the same display handler, simply return. And don't do anything. Otherwise, we do need to get rid of that. Which, by the way, I think that means we could probably just leave the gun in the player's hands. Like, leave it attached to the player's hands at all times, and then just disable the fucking renderer. It'd be a waste of transform hierarchy calculations, but fuck it. it's not that big of a deal at that point. Okay. In the case, we want to destroy display handler dot game object, and then set display handler to null so we don't get those weird errors about it being accessed when it's destroyed. At least keyword should. Let's also have a method, public void create weapon display. The way this is going to work is this is going to assume the display handler is empty. We will assume that. Do the following. Weapon display handler equals. Actually, the first thing you do need to do is actually have a prefab variable here. Let's actually establish it like this. Okay, come on. What we do is if weapon info is null, or we do a not on setting prefab to weapon info display handler prefab. If either of those are null, return. Don't do anything. Short circuit or guard clause. But that now assumes that we do now have a prefab, at which point we will go weapon display handler equals instantiate prefab. We'll just instantiate it into the world wherever the fuck it wants to be, because the immediate next thing we're going to do is set weapon display, which is going to change its transform hierarchy anyways. At which point, I can't remember if there's like an initialize new weapon. I want to cut into here and add in weapon display handler. Now, but we do need it to be null by default. We have a default variable here, so yeah. And then what we do is if display handler is null, and we'll try to set display handler to Actually, if display handler is null. The specified display handler is null. You'll try to set... should probably want to skip display handler if we already have a display handler. Yeah. Now, which way? I do want to go over a weapon display handler. I want to make sure that that weapon display is marked as something that is called by equipable weapon. Called by equipable weapon. There we go. I do actually still want to do the other things, which is, main weapon root, set parent, main hand. I really wish there was a way to also set the local position. You should still be able to do main weapon root. Local position and rotation. 0. Come on, every time. Come on. Here, I didn't see. Hey, it showed up this time. And then if is akimbo, we'll then also need to set akimbo weapon root to offhand. Actually, need to make sure is akimbo and offhand is not null. Those should be the only things that we need for that. Oh yeah, you know what else we need to do? Set this to visible. Actually, we probably do want to figure out what step... Let me figure out what step initialize new weapon is called at. This is the item equipable weapon. I see. It will, in fact, initialize a new weapon before equipping the weapon. However, I think that is going to, generally speaking, yeah. Okay. The other thing is, we do also need a weapon display handler on the item equipable weapon. And then we'll need some logic in order to attach one. Now, base entity item in and of itself has a collect animation shrink handle. However, I think the format of the pickups, the actual handle that we want to put the weapon on, is not there. Yeah, specifically it's within rotate handle, and then placed right there. Which, in that case... yeah, that's the item spin, which we don't have a reference to, and we shouldn't have a reference to, because it's a standalone item for handling that. As such, item equipable weapon is going to need a reference to the transform we want to attach it to. And so for that, we'll just throw a serialized field private at the very top. Transform. Display. Attach point. Anyways, I gotta go to the bathroom actually. So I am gonna be right back. And then I might as well grab some more water whilst I'm up. Run an ad break, everybody take a stretch break and all of that. Be right back. I return. Okay. a lot of what we're doing right now is in service of making weapons in the future be very, very straightforward systems to make it much easier to add weapons in the future. For example, the brick that we want to add today as well. Which is why I really want to get this set up. Yes, yeah, the display attach point was the main important thing that we needed. So if we are setting weapon instance, then that means that we've probably created a brand new item equipable weapon. So we'll need to do... We'll extract from the weapon the whatchamacallit. So before we move the weapon and then have the transform do that, what we want to do... I do actually still need weapon display handler. We are going to need to set item display. Now, the item display is going to be a lot simpler. It will simply make itself not a weapon, reattach all of its roots to itself. But I think actually there's a return all magazines... Spare magazine, return to weapon. This is just for spare magazine, though. We also need, like, returning the actual animated magazine. Actually, no, that's right. That is actually how we want to do that. Oh, that's right! We can return all magazines, ignore dropped. Yeah, when set to true, magazines are currently dropped on the ground are not returned to the weapon. Use this when the weapon is changing states but not being discarded, i.e. when holstering. Yes, okay, that's what we want to do. Another thing is, we're going to do spare magazine return to weapon. We do in fact set our render to disable. Tracks. Good. So in that case, we can use return all magazines when we do the following: public void set item display. Let's go ahead and set transform parent. Alright, so first. We'll set attached to weapon to null. So now we know that we're not doing that. We'll do transform set parent. I will actually do these. Instead of the attached to weapon, we want parent. And then instead of setting these to zeroed out values, instead we use item form position, item form rotation. But we are going to need a second set of these. Akimbo item form position and Akimbo item form rotation. to make sure that those are set. Yes, the idea is going to be that whenever we are doing a reload animation, we won't actually attach the real magazine to the weapon. Or sorry, the real weapon's magazine bone to any of the player's transforms. Instead, we're going to attach spare magazines and then disable the renderer on the magazine on the gun whenever we have the magazine taken out but still in the player's hands. That's kind of the idea. Which is why I want to potentially add spare magazines to more weapons. I think actually we might just make it so that the default number of reserved magazines is 2 for any, like, weapon that has magazines. That actually will add some, because we did figure out what is magazine a shell does. I'm going to make sure that that has some documentation on it. If set to true, spare magazines are not generated in the... I should say, droppable spare magazines are not generated in the weapons spare magazine pool. Which one? Actually, kind of do want to make sure that, I just want to put this here, and if number is 0, then we just,
Alert, dairy projectile.
Yeah, why am I getting cheesed already? Phantom, why are you always cheesing me the moment you fucking walk in?
Reminder to maintain hydration levels. Tactical repositioning requested.
Yeah. Trying not to sit crisscross, need to be sitting up straight. Just completely forgot what the fuck I was doing. Great, thanks. Number... Oh, right, okay. I guess these are just a couple of calculations. However, I might actually move these null checks afterwards. And then do here if... Because we don't need any of those other checks for this. If number is less than or equal to 0, return. That's a faster check than doing the null checks for our spare magazine pool. So we will keep that in there. So we'll put a to consider, sort of like a soft to do. destroy and regen the mags if pool size mismatch. Maybe. Okay, but that'll be handled like that. So if I do want to have a weapon that just does not use the spare magazine system at all, then it will be respected. So I probably want to like invert this. I'm gonna invert this. The default's gonna be true, and then we do has droppable magazines. And then well, actually, that needs to be a rename. There we go. And then we do that. There's one other reference, which is this. If it doesn't have droppable magazines, return null. Perfect. So we've reversed that, which does mean that we have to go find the one instance of this and make sure that that is set up properly. Singular, currently existing weapon model for that. Has droppable magazines. Okay, so that's actually still set properly. Cool, okay, that works. I might set the reserve magazine to 2. Cool. Right, back to set item display. And then we want if is akimbo in order to set. Oh wait, no, we do need to zero out the local resolution. Hang on. Vector 3 0. Identity. Nope. Of course, the second time it works. No, we actually need to do main weapon root, set parent to transform us, and then set local position rotation to the item position. Item form position, item form rotation. That's how that should work. And then the is akimbo will be the akimbo weapon root. And then we have to add akimbo item form position. Akimbo item form rotation. There. We will also make sure we do. After all this, we do want to set visible to true, generally speaking. Out of curiosity, does set magazine visible also works that? Got it. Right. Where's the other use of set magazine visible? Oh, that's right. I did want weapon animator to potentially do magazine manipulation, but I probably won't do that. Once again, because it's annoying to do so, because then I need to have the animator know where the magazine's normally put. Which, by the way, I can actually change Spectre 3 to Quaternion. But actually, again, I don't actually want to do that. Interestingly enough, I made the weapon animator a private. I kind of want to... Actually, I guess we could theoretically have the animator... We could have events placed onto the weapon behavior that the weapon animator can then... Well, maybe weapon animator should just, like, read things from the weapon to figure things out. That'll probably be the way that we do it. And so we'll just have the weapon display handler set the weapon animator's weapon. In fact, is that... That's not a value here, interestingly enough. So I probably want to make sure that's set up. So we'll do public... equipable weapon. Equipped weapon is a get private set. And then when we run public void set equipped weapon, set equipped weapon to weapon, and then we'll call a public virtual void on set equipped weapon. This guy. And then we just make it a blank function for now. So we can override that with things that inherit from the animator, the base animator. Because this is an abstract. There. That's the idea. That's the idea. That way. Another thing we probably will need to make sure we do is weapon animator set equipped weapon null when we do item display mode. And then here I want to make sure that we do this after set visible. attached to weapon. There. That's gonna be the idea. Oh, but we want to do if weapon animator. Forgot about that. We do need the null check in there. There. So with set item display, we probably want to run, after we do set visible, we're going to do return all magazines true for ignore false, or ignore dropped. Okay. Okay, so trying to think if there's anything else we're going to need. We might actually want to run return all magazines when we do set weapon display. Just in case. Actually, I do have to kind of check in here. I think if spare magazine pool is empty, this just doesn't run. I think. Fairly certain. Okay. So that should work, which means we can go to item equipable weapon, and when you do set weapon instance, we'll take... Yeah, if weapon, then we'll take weapon. In fact, we'll actually want to do if weapon dot display handler. Then we do weapon display handler set item display. We do. What is it? Let's display as attach point. There we go. That should work. Set item display will zero the base transform of the item of the weapon display object, and then the actual like animated or skinned transforms will then be moved into the relative position that makes sense for this guy. That should be good. We'll go back to item equipable weapon. Alright. Which means we need, because we're no longer, now we need a generic item equipable weapon, which means we need to create a method for item equipable weapon that lets us set what weapon it is using. You can also specify an equipable weapon, but it can be null. We will try and find a whatchamacallit on this equipable weapon. If it doesn't have one, or if this is null, obviously, then we'll need to create one, which is the display handler, is what I mean. Okay. We do actually need a little guard clause and can interact. We want to never handle interact if our weapon info is blank. Okay. And that's right, we can do a display handler. So we can do, if we have a display handler, it'll also attach that. Perfect. Perfect. Yes. Okay. So when we do set weapon on the item equipable weapon, this is what we need to do. First off, we'll go ahead and set our weapon info to the specified value. And only do the rest of this if weapon info is valid. We're gonna throw some to-dos in here. To-do, set effects based on weapons rarity and or equipped hop-ups is what it's called. The idea is supposed to be that if the weapon has like either rare or legendary hop-ups attached to it and you drop it, the weapon will display additional particle effects to kind of indicate that, essentially. So like it'll probably still have like the default, like for example, if it's a common weapon, it'll drop and it'll have like the gray or silvery particle effects. But then if it has a legendary, so if it has a rare, I should say, then it'll have little yellow sparkles on it. And then if it's a legendary, it'll have like even more blue sparkles on it. Possibly even like blue sparks or something like that. Something along those lines would be what we do. Which we do need prefabs and stuff to kind of set those. That'll be fun. I could potentially have all of the necessary particle effects attached to the instance and then swap them out, enable and disable each of them depending on which one it needs. But I might need to change how the cleanup code for that works, because essentially it's supposed to detach those effects. So I got the generic weapon pickup particles here. And the idea would theoretically to be just have multiple of these, and it would just enable or disable them as necessary. Now, what I could do... I think destroy effects after detachment does not care if the particle system on transform parent changed. Yeah, I'll do particle system.play. We might need something in here, potentially, to stop them from playing if they're disabled, and that way we don't, I don't know, we can look into it and see whether or not that actually works properly. That might work. We will also need to do set our target display, which is how we do, like, for example, we have the funny little, you know, City of Heroes target outline on enemies. We actually also want that on brain. We also want that on anything that's interactable, and so one of those things is going to be weapons, and the idea is going to be that for weapons, we want to be able to set all the weapons data on that. So that's the other thing that needs to be done with weapon info when we set it. Then what we need to do is... Actually, we do want to do that after we set all of these other things up, for example. So we set weapon info to that. We do want to run if weapon info... Set weapon instance, we'll try and do this display handler. So we'll do if equipable weapon, then set weapon instance to equipable weapon. After we do that, we will check if the result of that has given us a display handler. If it has not given us a display handler, then we need to instantiate that. This also sets display handler. If the previous step didn't give us a display handler, then we need to instantiate a new one. Rip you a new one. We do also need to check that weapon info display handler prefab exists. I really wish I could declare a variable inside of a thing here. just gonna do that here. So we'll set prefab to weapon info display handler prefab. And if that exists, we will instantiate a new one. It's just a class reference, it should be fine. Or an object reference, it should be fine. But we will also need a new weapon display handler. Display handler equals instantiate the prefab. If you're wondering, if you're new to Unity, or not new to Unity, but like, or you might not know everything about Unity, maybe, because I know some people I've met who have been experienced with Unity and realizing that this is a thing kind of had their minds blown. So if you do instantiate with a component, Unity will actually instantiate the game object the component is attached to, not just the prefab, or not just the component. Which is big, because then, instead of having to get component off of the instantiated game object in order to get the thing that you need to do all the other things with it, you can just do this. And that saves you a ton of performance. So yeah, instantiate the prefab. So now we have a display handler. So we should be able to do set display handler, I think. Oh no, you know what we need? We need, we'll set display handler to it. After we do display handler set item display, we want to attach that to display attach point. And then we set display handler to display handler. To do, double check our display handler to make sure it reflects the weapon instance if necessary. So, for example, well, actually, I think even if we did have, like, a shop buy a weapon, because, like, the shops, I'm planning on making it so that weapons in shops will have a chance to have compatible hop-ups equipped, pre-equipped, essentially. Which can give another kind of usage to weapon shops. You could potentially, like, see a hop-up you kind of want to have on another weapon. You might grab that weapon and then see if you can either pay to remove it at Jimmy will have that, I think. I might actually have another NPC who does that, possibly. Or you can try and reforge that weapon, and that will also pop that hop-up off of it. But yeah. Yeah, and there might be other things in which we want the display handler to change depending on this the something with the weapon instance. Maybe. We'll have to see. Something I actually do want to do is, weapon animator, we need an abstract method to reset, idle pose. We'll set it to abstract for now. We don't need a body for that, we just need a semicolon. For now. As such, that does mean, like, you know, we go into weapon display handler. When we set weapon display, we want the weapon animator to do... We'll have it handle stuff on set equipped weapon. On equipped weapon, we'll probably figure out what it wants to do with that. Set item display is where we actually want to do... Excuse me. Oh wait, that's right. We have a if weapon animator up here. Set idle pose. Okay. We need all sorts of custom editor things for weapon animator. So you can say, like, you know, here is where we want to position the slide when it's closed. Here's where we want to position the slide where it's open. This is where we want to position the slide when it's locked, etc. And then we could, like, have buttons to push those. That'll be how I end up setting that up. Okay. Can also have the animator itself handle the particle effects of the weapon. That's likely what we end up doing. Okay, but... what do we need to do next? So... I think this handles all of that. You know what else we need to do is, so we're going to say if the item equipable weapon has a display handler already, we should delete it. Then I realized, like, I kind of don't need to be doing that, and we'll probably just be disposing of this anyways, I think. In theory, we could have an object pool for equipable weapons. But at the same time, I kind of don't want to handle that right now. But I'll go ahead and throw it in there for now. Public... What I'll actually do is instead we'll do public void clear weapon display. For now, we'll just do, like... If our display handler doesn't exist, return. Otherwise, we will go display, we want destroy display handler dot game object, and then set display handler to null. We'll put some documentation here so I know what this is supposed to be used for. deletes the current weapon display in order to reuse this item instance. Remarks. Probably more useful if we end up object pooling this class. Which I think what will end up happening is if we do end up object pooling this class, a lot of the time we might be expanding the expanding that pool dynamically, which I guess isn't a terrible idea now that I think about it. We could have that potentially. Except we kind of can't because of the way that I set up the detachable effects. So for now, probably not. I might find some way of setting it up, but for now, it's probably not going to be like that. Yeah, so let's walk through this. Oh, initialize new weapon still needs to do this. Okay. If display handler is not specified, then we need to do weapon display handler prefab. We'll establish that there. If display handler is null and we set prefab to weapon info dot display handler prefab. If that prefab exists, then we set display handler the local parameter variable. We set that to instantiate prefab. And once again, weapon display handlers stuff. And then we'll do one more check. Specifically, if display handler is now true, then we want to attach that. Movable weapon, initialize new weapon. Display handler. Set weapon display to this. And that should work for initialize new weapon. And then we've got a bunch of things that are marked as obsolete that we need to replace. Now let's do that. With display handler, then we'll do, we're drawing weapon. Let's go ahead and do display handler dot, I think set weapon display should already be done. So we'll just set visible. We might have a method in there to do like on draw, and then that will call the animator, possibly. But probably actually want to throw this there. And I want to have weapon behavior on draw. Should we go to the default? It is an abstract. I might try and change this to a non-abstract draw that handles stuff. Maybe? Maybe not. Maybe for now we will set it afterwards. We'll figure out later if we need to handle telling the animator that we have drawn the weapon. And then here, we'll do this here, holster weapon. We just set visible false. That'll be how that works. But these are going to be the big thing that we need to fix. Though what we could do, just to keep it simple, we'll actually unobfuscate that, or not unobsolete it, but when we set weapon display, we want to first of all, we're going to do muzzle. Make sure that muzzle is null whenever we set weapon display, and we need to delete the old display handler. And then, easy as cake, muzzle equals display handler, main muzzle point. Easy peasy. And that will technically fix all of that. Are there currently any errors I'm missing? No, because we are in fact compiling. Allegedly. Yes, we are. Wow. Neato. And I don't see any obsolete warnings here. So that's functional. Oops. Get that up here. Oh, hey, there's actually someone over here. Conrail666 throws dynamite into your coffee? Why? That was... How long ago was that? Not too long ago. But Sangrian Protocol, Conrail, over on YouTube. Again, as it stands, I'm normally interacting with Twitch more often than not because I can actually set up API stuff to make Twitch make noises at me whenever people drop in. Alright. So now the next thing we need to do is the following. What I'm gonna do is we need to go to the spawn manager because we're going to move everything. In fact, just to make sure I know what I'm doing here, what I need to do is I need to go to weapon info. Dropped item prefab is gonna get marked as obsolete. Which of course we need using system. There we go. Message being migrate to what's it called again? It's in systems, gameplay, game spawn handler is what it is. And generic prefab behavior. Save. Currently, there is only the one reference, though. So that'll be an easy fix. Alright, game spawn handler. Yeah, it is an object that we can actually go back to, which is good. So, what we need is bring you up here. I want to go item, equipable weapon, weapon item prefab. That's gonna be what we call that. All right. So then. So yeah, normally spawning weapons was handled somewhere else. In fact, actually, so now that we have that obsolete marker, we'll follow wherever that obsolete gets called. Weapon dropped item prefab's obsolete. Where is that? It's in player inventory. That's right. That's the main way in which we do this. That's just called here. Interesting. Hold on. Drop item. Set weapon instance. Where do we set the weapons room? Or the items room? It needs to be placed in the room. Hey guys, where are we setting that? I'm not setting that. Does that mean that dropped weapon prefabs don't have the room set? How have I been able to pick up weapons then? At least when I pick up a dropped weapon, I've still been able to interact with it. Because the thing is, oh my gosh. Is it because... No, we would have set it to the prefab. I guess because we're not using any of the features that are normally part of how this works, that means that the thing is, we're only able to interact with them because that's actually handled through their interaction system. In fact, I will probably want to make sure that they're in the same room from now on to avoid that happening. So here, this sort of template of method is what we're going to need. Alright, so we're going to call this public static item equipable weapon spawn weapon. Want this to be weapon info. But we are going to need oh wait, item prefab container. That's supposed to be where I realized now what's going on here. Whoops. I forgot. I don't actually want it to be in the game spawn handler. I need it to actually be here. And also, all of these should probably be else, which is I need to do item equipable weapon. Equipable weapon. That needs to be handled there. Okay. I might need a separate method for spawning a dropped weapon. You know what else we need? So if we're spawning a weapon completely new, we'll need some other values. Specifically, if we go look at item equipable weapon, let's pin this real quick. Obviously, you need a weapon info. We need an item base level. So we'll need a base level. Which actually, hang on. Item equipable weapon. Base level is a get private set. We need something to make sure that we set that. Yeah, if we have the say equipable weapon instance. Reset weapon. Okay, that's it. Also sets it there. Got it. Cool. I have to pin game spawn handler so we don't lose it. I might have just two separate methods: spawn new weapon, spawn drop weapon. Go back to quick weapon. We do need a method that sets that. What I'll actually do is public void set weapon. They ask for a weapon info. We'll have an overload that asks for a weapon info and an int level. That will, by definition, not run this. Except it will, actually, because what we're going to do is we'll first call set weapon info null, explicitly make sure that we are calling this version of it, so that there's no ambiguity to that. Granted, it's non-ambiguous specifically because level is not an optional variable. I can do some documentation to it as well in a sec. So we'll run set weapon, and then immediately after we'll set item base level to level. Cool. Yeah, that's used here, item base level. That's basically the only reference. There's two references. Technically, one of them is the set. So yeah. Sets up the item to have the specified weapon as a fresh weapon without an instance at the specified base level. The base level of the weapon when collected. There. And this one will sets up the item with the specified weapon. And weapon instance if applicable. If null, this weapon will be treated as a fresh weapon. Which actually, I do need to make sure when we set weapon instance, set weapon instance will set is initialized weapon. So yeah, that should be fine then. Can actually probably run item base level before we do set weapon, just in case we want to do other processing here, such as in here. In fact, we absolutely do need to, because we wanted to do set target display. So I'll go specify GUI there, so I know what I'm fucking talking about. Alright. Now let's actually write the spawn new weapon method. So, the way this is gonna work. I'm gonna copy some stuff from the other things. So we want the prefab container. We then also want item equipable weapon prefab. We want the prefab container's equipable weapon prefab. Cool. Right, okay. That makes sense. So then we do var item. So we do spawn item in room. Which will be prefab, room, position, annotation. Then we do item dot set weapon. Weapon info and base level. Cool. And we should be able to do return. There we go. That finishes that. But then we can do spawn dropped weapon. This will instead do equipable weapon, equipable weapon. So we'll also need to do some checking here. We'll need weapon info declared here, and then attempt to set it to the equipable weapon info, and also make sure that we also error check here. Probably also want to error check here. Yeah, that works. That's right, we actually need to go, if info is null, return null. There we go. That fixes that. You still want to spawn an equipable weapon, do that. So instead of specifying the other thing, instead do equipable weapon. And there we go. So that and I'll call specifically that. Specify weapon in weapon instance. So now, those will be the methods that are used. So, that means we need to go... I think it's equipable weapon that we were in. I believe it's like a discard weapon. Check. It's not... Well, discard weapon is not an equipable weapon. Let's look at... Player weapon holder is what it is, right? I'm too lazy to go find it, so... Here we go. Go to definition. Oh, I actually did have it up. Or, no, I didn't. I probably didn't. Unless I did just miss it. No, because we should be seeing a... We should be seeing an obsolete marker where it is. Player inventory, that's right. It's in player inventory, not anything else, because it should be handled by the player inventory. Yes, it should be, in fact. And then instead of doing that, I'm going to specify here, dropped item here. I'm actually going to set it to null. And then I'll change this to be if dropped item is null. And in that case, just kind of leave it floating in the void to do whatever else with it. Yep. And then, so instead of doing that, we do dropped item equals game spawn handler spawn dropped weapon. We specify our weapon. We want our current room. What is our current room? We'll have to get that from player status. Why did it have to go through everything else first? Current room. There we go. And then we want player status transform position. Actually, let's grab the player's transform real quick. Actually, where is player inventory? Player inventory should be on the same object because we do get component here. So actually, yeah, we could just do our own transform. We don't need to get the transform from player status. So we can just do this. Copy our transform position and rotation. Just as a failsafe, we are going to also bump us up one. Yeah, for now, we'll put it there. There we go. Good to go. Trying to think if there's anything else I'm missing. We are, of course, going to need to go find the game spawn handler item prefab container. It's right here. Oh, we are going to just need to, like, make our own thing real quick first. In fact, specifically, I was going to grab this, the item equipable weapon. But this should actually be usable, I think. Yes, it already has the pickup particles it needs. We will need the display attach point. And I believe that's rotate handle. Yeah. Don't need a weapon info. Collect animation shrink handle. Oh. Do I need to set that dynamically? Fuck, I do. Okay. Copy. That's fine. Item equipable weapon. So that means I need to find our... I'm gonna have to, like, do a method for that. I was not doing it as a method before because I was just like, oh, it's just 2 lines. Now it's 3 lines, and this would have been easier to do it like that. Public void set weapon display. You specify that here. At which point I no longer have to, you know, do the, whatchamacallit. I mean, okay, it's still going to, what's the word I'm looking for? Memory. Like, allocate memory. It's gonna allocate memory to a variable, because it's just gonna be different between a local script variable and a argument parameter, or function parameter. Oh, wait, you know what I just realized? That doesn't work anyways, because we're going to take the thing. We might actually need to leave that. Is it set up to do that? I'll need to check. For now, we are just going to do... We'll go ahead and set those things for now. I never actually set our display handler here. We would have duplicated the weapon display. So yeah, we'll do that. Set weapon display, we'll do the set item display on it, attach it to us, and do all of that. So I want to check, does base entity items support us not having a collect animation shrink handle? Is there a null check behind that? There is not. That's fine. It's a good thing we caught that. And that's mainly for, like, the items that, the other items on the floor, such as... Reloading. Such as, you know, the rations, the money, that shrinks as it gets closer to the player as they're collecting it. You kind of can't do that with the equipable weapon because the moment the player equips the weapon or collects the item, we want to take the equipped weapon or the weapon display that we used in that item and apply that item display to the weapon itself instead. That's what we needed to do. Alright. The other thing I kind of wanted to see is player inventory. What happens when you normally equip a weapon? We do weapon.equip. Our definition. A set parent to player.transform. That makes sense. That tracks. So when we do set weapon display, we do attach ourselves to the weapon itself, where the weapon is attached to the player. However, the roots and stuff like that are going to be attached there. Cool. Makes sense. Alright. Back to covering my ass. Also means that these folders are now obsolete. Okay. You can't be running... Okay. It's just being slow. I see. So... we don't need to collect the animation shrink handle now. Current move will be set by script. Weapon info will be set. Base level will be set. Couple weapon instances set. Display handler set. Yeah. In that case, item equipable weapon can actually go into the base items folder. And the idea is going to be that this weapons folder will be obsolete. But I could create a object that's for prototype spawning weapons still. I'll probably have to keep those in there whilst I'm in like testing mode. But I will need to set something up such that I can have things that spawn those the proper way. Which does actually mean if you have item equipable weapon, let's see here. Man, my coffee is not great today. It's mostly because I'm late on cleaning the grinder, but can't do anything about that because actually I am out of coffee now. So I'm gonna be cleaning out the grinder when I get the next batch in anyways. I am hoping it shows up tomorrow, but I don't know. See now, the post says it's going to be in on next Tuesday, which it's almost always going to be earlier than what post says, specifically with Happy Mug for some reason. But I don't know if it's going to be that much earlier. So I'm concerned about whether or not I'm actually going to have coffee for Thursday. We'll see. As it stands, as I was kind of covering earlier, my schedule for the week is way cut down. I am taking a little bit of a break this week. Part of that is because we're not doing cultural exchange program on Sunday. And the other part of that is, of course, the coffee crisis. I don't want to have to do Thursday or Friday without coffee. And also just in general, I deserve a break. I was looking at my YouTube, my VODs over on YouTube, and I was just like, it's pretty cool. When there's 4 VODs per row, they're all like lined up because I've been having 4 a week. And it's like, oh, I mean, yeah, that means that I've consistently had 4 streams a week for a few weeks now, and that's, pretty substantial, I'd say. Haven't had to take a day off of streaming, at least. I've had to take a couple days off in terms of like off-stream work, but I got 4 streams done. So this week will just be 2 streams. I deserve a little bit of a break, and then next week we will go back to regularly scheduled. Okay, so with that means let's get back to figuring out what else we need to do. I think I am considering setting something up to automatically spawn those. I think I will. I'm gonna create an object for that real quick. Scripts. Entities technically should go in debug. I will actually put it in debug. I want to call this not a behavior script. Prototype weapon spawner. I'm going to move this to namespace. We're actually going to make a new namespace called debug. We don't need this to be elsewhere. So, all we need is serialized field, private weapon info. Weapon info. We also throw private int base level. And we can also throw in a equipable weapon weapon instance if you want to have it spawn an instance rather than fresh weapon. And then, simply put, the way it's going to work is... Oh, that's right! You know what else we need? We need a reference to what room we're in. A level room status. I feel like it would let me do room. Thought room would be a suggestion, but no. That's fine. Alright, and then we just do start. For now, we could disable it if we need to enable it later to have it spawn. We could also potentially adapt this into a non-debug object if we want to have certain rooms dynamically spawn specific weapons. Maybe. Maybe. For now, I'm going to handle it like this, which is just going to be... if weapon instance exists, then game spawn manager, sorry, game spawn handler. Hopefully game spawn handler is functional at this point. We're going off of hope and prayer on that. Spawn dropped weapon instance, our room, transform position, transform rotation. Else, we'll spawn a new weapon. Weapon info, base level, room, transform position. Oh, position. No, not normalized. Transform rotation. There we go. And that way, I can get rid of these things. I can also, once I've done that, we will simply delete our game object. I'll actually do like a boolean so I can control that. So then after we spawn, then we do if delete on spawn, destroy game object. Boom. That way. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Happy to have you guys, but we no longer need you. So now we're going to do... You know what I'm gonna do? Models, weapons, pistols. Place the weapon pistol starter Kton object itself, and then turn this into a prototype weapon spawner. What do you mean? What's wrong? Why are you angry? Huh? Why did this randomly break? What's going on here? Oh, hang on. I think every single use of debug.log is now trying to use toastergun.debug instead of... So we actually have to do using debug equals unityengine.debug. Oh, that's annoying. Does that work? What do you mean it doesn't work? Huh? Why is this not working? Wait, hang on. What does the debug class normally belong to? I'm gonna need to look that up. Debug. It is a class containing methods to ease debugging while developing a game. It is implemented in UnityEngine.core module. It is a class in Unity Engine. Why does using debug equals UnityEngine.debug not work? What do you mean using directive is unnecessary? Why does this work with random, but it doesn't work with the thing? C# class, not namespace. Or import class without namespace. C# also has a global or unnamed namespace. But that doesn't solve my question. Why is this not working? Debug is a class within Unity Engine. So why is it not working? Help? Because, like, here's the thing. Using system and then system.random is a class. Uh-oh. Okay. So that doesn't work that way. Fuck. What if I did this? I don't want to have to prepend Unity Engine to every single debug. Is there a quick action for this? No. Oh, fuck. Okay, no, because, okay, I was looking at this thing. Hang on. This is the, Stack Overflow I got here. It says the code I'm working on it with has a class called environment. There's not in any namespace. Fortunately, if I'm in a class that imports the system namespace, there's no way to refer to a custom class called environment. Hang on. If using system.environment is a class as well. Shit! How do you use class instead of namespace? Instead of namespace. Does that work? How? How is this not a problem that I can search? Refer to class instead of namespace. Okay, the problem with doing this is that then I have to rename every single debug. I can't do that. I'm not doing this. I'm going to go insane. Fine. Fine. Fucking... You know what? Fine. Fine. Stupid fucking engine. Stupid fucking language. Where's fucking this stupid fucking thing? Fucking... util. There. I'll just throw fucking util on the end so it stops fucking around. God, it's fucking damn it. I'm not even sure if it's necessarily that I hate C#. I just hate the internet And I hate that this isn't something that can be addressed. Like, what the fuck? Why the fuck does that break? Why can't I just use the using directive to fix that? Why does it just still want to use the fucking namespace? Why isn't there like a not using directive? That would be nice. Fuck's sake. That's annoying. We want to start Pistol Katon. To base level 1. Delete on spawn. And then I can do another one. Why is it like that? Somebody explain to me why it's like that. Prototype weapon spawner. Room 1. Legendary Ellie. Base level 2. Delete on spawn. Save. And so now... What do you mean the object you want to instantiate is null? Because I forgot to set the other fucking thing. Okay, alright. Yeah, I forgot to set the item prefab container. We'll just use... Of course, I have to go find it. Actually, it should be... Items is where it is. Item weapon. That's what I needed. There. Congratulations, now you have your stupid fucking thing. Why are they empty? Why are they empty? Actually, hang on. Let me do that and then pause. Why are you empty? Why are you empty? You have a weapon info, Legendary Sniper Ellie. Where's the thing? Hold on. Unequipable weapon. We do set weapon. If weapon info, which weapon info should be real. Let's try set weapon instance here. If the display handler doesn't exist, it shouldn't, because set weapon instance, it shouldn't be running anyways, because it'll stop because equipable weapon is null. So therefore, check prefab equals weapon info, display handler prefab, probably because I forgot to set the display handler prefab. That would be nice. That'd be nice if I remembered to do that. Yeah, that would be nice. If I remembered to do shit. In order to do that, I have to go here, weapons, snipers. And I need to create a prefab variant. Weapon model underscore legendary sniper elite. There should be a way for me to set up like a right click action in create and be like, hey, turn this into a prefab variant that has a weapon display handler on it. Another thing I need to do is, whilst that's set up, I need to go to prefabs. We can actually use this, we can copy these offsets. Except we'll invert them. But you actually do need to go back to models, snipers. I may actually keep the weapon model in the same folder. Maybe. I'd like to display. Maybe. Trying to figure that out. Yeah, I might as well put them in here. So I've got the weapon model star pistol case on here. This we should probably fix. I should set weapon info star pistol case on. Oh, I never set this up. Hang on. I'm missing the spare magazine prefab. There we go. So we won't have a weapon animator until we actually set up weapon animator stuff. But I should make sure item form rotation is 0. And I can actually go to... Well, actually, when I want to save this, reserve magazines too. I'll go to items, weapons, pistols. This is where I can go to here. Open up Star Pistol Katon. Head back here. So if you click on that, and check you. So we want -0.053. Except we probably want that as positive. No, it should be negative. We want it to go in the same direction. And then 0.112. And then we paste that there. Cool. Could throw a little bit on a little bit of a pitch, maybe. Yeah, fuck it. Start to do that then. So then we go back, open a legendary sniper alley, click on you, set this up, 0081, go into item form position, and then 0.254, and Z. And again, we'll do, very... My captions seem to have gone... Yeah. What has happened to you? Toggle it. See if that works. Hello. What has happened to my... Oh, there we go. Captions back. Cool. Alright, and then we open this up, and we set it up. We do need a spare magazine. So, in order to do that, I'm going to take the magazine object here. Oh wait, that's right. What we actually do is I have to grab another model. There he is. models, weapons, snipers. To grab another instance of the model, we unpack completely. Sorry, just unpack that. And then we just take the magazine. Slap it down here. Slap this renderer down here. Delete. And there we go. Spare magazine. Bum ba bum. It just fucking works. Funny. I will return it to center though. Make sure this is called magazine.spare. So I know that that's the spare magazine. Turn its renderer off. And change this to weapon spare magazine. That. Now that's set up. Awesome. Set up the rest of it. So, yeah, so now I can set that spare magazine prefab. Set the weapon info, legendary sniper alley. Alright. Main magazine bone. We may still need those references just to be able to, like, drop them correctly. Oh, we don't have a muzzle point! We're gonna need to add that! Actually, it's probably added on the main model, but unfortunately I am gonna need to, like, just click that in there for a sec. I'm gonna call that muzzle temp so that I know that this needs to not be happening. Alright, so we do ISO, left view. That way we can move this precisely. I hate that the ISO camera likes to be bad. There we go. A little bit better. There. Good enough for now. I feel like there's supposed to be a... Yeah, but that does also seem to just move the camera forward instead of actually changing the camera's FOV. Oh well. Good enough for now. Right, so now I need to set that. Main muzzle point is U. Main weapon route, that armature. There's no akimbo renders. We can set these still. That. Magazine render is that. There we go. Cool. Save. Now go to the weapon info and make sure that we actually set that display handler. Which is, once again, does not let me properly search for prefabs, which is quite annoying, but oh well. There we go. That will be slightly annoying in terms of how we set these up, but oh well. Should be about done with how Sister Katon works. Oh wait, did we? We did set time more rotation. Cool. To the 30 degrees, because that's kind of how I want it to look in shops. Though we might need it to be zeroed out for, you know what? Probably do want it zeroed out for the, like, upgrade animation. Probably wants to be like that. 0. Right. But we are still going to need a model for Weapon Pistol Starter. So we'll go to Weapon Pistol Starter AME, the object, create prefab variant. Where did it go? Said create prefab variant. There we go. Model underscore Pistol Starter AME. There we go. So we move that into weapons pistols. Let's get this done. We are also going to need to, like, remove that from them as well. We are going to need to fix that. Alright. Display handler. Let's start by going to the item prefab, copying the offset. It is just a z-axis offset. That's fine. Paste. Not Kimbo. Alright, so now that I got that value in, I can just go in and set the rest of it. Oh, there's no magazine renderer. Huh. I see. That's gonna be a problem. I should probably set something up such that, you know, if there is no magazine handler, it should, or magazine renderer, it should not handle that. Oh, it is. It does handle it. Okay. Works. It doesn't have a magazine, I guess. In fact, it's just straight up just not gonna have magazines until I fix that. We're just gonna not handle that for now until we actually fix this model. This thing sucks. Is it even a skin? It is a skin mesh renderer. It is skinned. Just doesn't have much. Oh wait, no, it does have a magazine. Never mind. But it just doesn't have a separate renderer for it. That's the problem. It's gonna need to be fixed to do that. That's fine. That's fine. Main weapon root. Muzzle point. We don't have a muzzle point. Great. We need to create an empty here. Muzzle temp. I need to fix that as well. Oh, wait, that's facing the wrong way. I have to make sure that it's facing the right way on Ellie as well. Right, now I can set that. Game magazine mode. Not that it matters, because again, I'm gonna have to redo that anyways. Weapon info is Starter Pistol Hammy. No No spirit magazine prefab because this thing does not have it configured for that. Save. And go fix all the infos. But yes, of course, I'm going to need to set that from here. Gosh, it would be nice to go to this asset rather than having to, rather than having to go back to data, infos, weapons, pistols. See, Miami's got it. K-Ton needs it. I'm gonna go back to prefab weapons, pistols, pistol start K-Ton weapon model. Set that. Save. We do still need to go back and make sure. So that means that when we do have behaviors that we want to have like some sort of custom display behavior on the weapon, that needs to be handled through the weapon's display animator. Is going to be how we end up having to do that. Therefore, weapons, pistols. So the main thing we are going to need to do is this thing gone. That's interesting because that means that these guns just straight up. So we need to delete that. Delete that. That is obsolete anyways. We'll need to make sure that that obsolete thing is gone. And actually, worst case scenario. Hang on. If we look at equipable weapon, when we do set weapon display, we do actually have a system to delete the old one. In that case, we can still put that there then. Is this a pistol starter Ami? Just attach one of these. And slap that in there. Why do I not see you? Wait. Oh, you ended up down here. That's right, because I reset the transform, so now it's down there. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, so we'll still make it so that the prefabs still have their model in them so we can see it properly. Okay. I'm gonna go to weapon pistol start K-Ton. So we need to get rid of you. Slap in you. You also need to reset you. Awesome. And then we're going to delete the missing references. Everything else will kind of handle itself. Awesome. And last but not least, absolutely certainly not least, legendary sniper Ellie. And yeah, so I added a muzzle point here. Get rid of that. And replace it with this. Slap that in there. Get rid of the missing references. Save. Easiest of easiest. Maybe I should go fix this fucking fire sound finally. I need to create audio random container. Where did it go? Why does it keep doing this? Audio random container. There we go. Legendary sniper Ellie. Fire. Drop in this clip. Actually, look at the starter pistol Ami fire one real quick. Oh, we don't actually have any volume reduction on this. That's just how loud it is. Interesting. We do want to kind of reduce that on Ellie. That's a little too much reduction. That should be good. How did I do this? We did randomization of lower with slightly higher. Probably something like that, right? Yeah, that's decent. Kinda want it to go up more. That's actually a little too much random, actually. So I might need it to actually just cut off the bottom end there. Alright. Which point we can now fix that. So now instead of using P92, we're going to do the resource there. Awesome. That'll make that a hell of a lot easier to handle. Another thing could be done. I could actually have the Beretta reuse this. Might have another idea for that. But I might reuse this clip. I might end up using for the Beretta, and then choosing a different clip for Amy's USP. So I might try and do that potentially. But I believe we've fixed the issues. Let's find out if everything works properly. My gun is gone. Also, what happened here? Flippable weapon. Is that weapon display being set before we... I'm actually noticing that we are not actually using create weapon display because of the current setup. Done. Initialize new weapon. Okay, hang on. Hang on. If I look at the stack trace for this, oops. It's in player status start. This is being done in the, Right, okay. So essentially, the issue that's happening here is set weapon display assumes that we have a holder. We should probably adapt this such that it doesn't. I think instead we should have that as an on-equip. Set weapon display is done during initialize new weapon. So, yeah, I think instead you do on equip. On equip makes sense for it to do here. What we'll do is if display handler, then display handler set weapon display. This. We're attaching to this weapon. Main hand will need to get our holder. Also, hang on. We actually need to do if player and display handler. We don't want to do this if the object doesn't exist. Var holder equals player weapon holder. Use explicit type. Holder, main hand, holder, offhand. So we'll do it there, and then when we go to set weapon display, we want this to not do this. You can actually do if equipped to player. Come on. There we go. That way if we do somehow manage to have one, then that's fine. But we will do, if we're not equipped to player, we will go for kind of just, what's the word I'm looking for? Failsafe case. Which we're gonna go with setting it to item display on this object. And that's mostly just to reset it so that it's not breaking, hopefully. Except for the fact that that will also tell the display handler that it's not equipped to a weapon. You could probably set up set weapon display such that if main hand is null and offhand is null, we'll just attach it to ourselves. If main hand is null, I should say, we'll set main hand to transform. If offhand, also set offhand to transform. that way, instead of doing this, we can instead do, we'll do this. We'll still set weapon display, but then we'll just do null and null. Done. And once again, when we equip the weapon, it will then call the stuff it needs to. And that should work. Oh shit! I forgot to put a rigid body on those spare magazines. That's the other error that we're seeing down here. Yeah, okay. So we'll need to fix those as well. Where are you? Where are you? Prefabs, weapons. We'll have to fix it on all of them. So yeah, we only had that. Need to add a rigid body as well. And a box collider's fine. I really wish it set it automatically. It's unfortunately not. I'm gonna set it like this for now. I wonder if I could do a... Nah, I think a mesh collider would be... I mean, they're low poly models. A mesh collider probably would be decently performant on these models. That's tempting. It doesn't need a bouncy material. It's going to be default material. And yeah, and then I just need to make sure that these are also done on the others. Save. And let's fix that on you. Oh, you don't have magazines, so you're fine. Snipers. Ellie needs to be fixed though. Box collider. For now, 0.1 across the board. Sorry, we're gonna need this. Hang on, actually, wait. Let me try something. Remove component. What if we add box slider now that it's... Nope, it still didn't work. Darn it. I need like a button so that I can copy the bounding box. Because like the bounding box here would work. Keyword would. And then for now I'm going to do that. Sometime later I'm going to go through and fix all of these. So it's slightly smaller. At some point I will just have a system for that. Man, that does mean that there's just like a series of steps I need to do every time I have a spare magazine. Because I think I also need to define its layers, unless it does set itself automatically. I think it will, possibly. I think it being on default's probably fine too. I need to make sure that these are kinematic too. Save. Amy's weapon doesn't have that. Figures. Kinematic. That's right, we also need to make sure it's disabled. Before I forget. There we go. Now we should hopefully not get any errors. We're still getting null objects. Why are we still getting nulls? What happened? Wait. What do you mean you can't work if... Wait. Ah! Oh. I guess we need a guard clause here, then. Alright. Anybody else got a problem with my code? Oh, no errors this time. I am noticing these guns seem to be rotating in a weird position. You know what? I just realized what it is. The... It's because the rotate handle isn't actually rotated the way I thought it was. We actually need to fix that. That's fine, though. Prefabs items. I didn't want the core charge work. I want the equipable weapon. So that means we need to actually... change the item spin. Huh. Okay. I might need to just add a thing to this. We've set something up so that we can rotate it on the x-axis instead of the y-axis. Is there like a Unity axis snap axis? It's a byte. This one's an enum, but I'm not sure if I want to use that. You know, I'll go with this. Hang on. Vector 3. Rotate axis. By default, we go vector 3 up. And then instead of running the handle.rotate, which this is granted. Nice. However, we need to do... Oh, actually, no, this is like... This is an incremental rotate, so yeah, we can actually do handle... rotate around. Yes. I believe this should work. Rotate axis, and then time.delta time times speed. Why are you angry? What do you mean? There's +5 overloads. Of course there are. What overload are we looking for? Okay. Yeah. Fine. Whatever. There you go. Are you fucking happy? Alright. And then specifically on an equipable weapon. Oh, that's a in world space, isn't it? So actually I think that'll work anyways. If I do rotate handle and then I, you know, rotate, I think that'll also work. Let me actually take a look. Prefabs, items, weapons. How did I rotate these guys before? Wait. Here we go. What do you mean this isn't rotated? Oh, because it's a fucking... That's right. Okay, so I did -90. That makes sense. So... select root. Come on. Do I need to select asset? Is that what I'm looking for? There it is. Okay, so rotate handle needs to be -90 then. For it to flip the right way. I think that actually just does work. Alright. That's it. That's not at all what I was expecting. I guess it's actually local. Fine. So rotate -X. Stupid. -1, 0. Awesome. Does that work finally? There you go. The gun spins. Now, why does my gun do that? Because it has a baked-in fucking axis turn. Hang on. Let me look at... It's the only one doing that, too! Okay. This is why I hate 3D sometimes. Is there any way to fix that? Oh, I don't have baked axis conversion on. Turn that on, see if that fixes it. We'll see. Do you... Nope. It doesn't fix it. You know what? It's fine. You know what? It's fine. You know what? Amy's gun's gonna be fucked up for a bit. I'm just gonna have to redo... I'm just gonna have to re-export Amy's gun as a new FBX anyways. It's gonna be fucked up for a bit, and I'm just going to say known issue. Ignore it for now. And that's gonna be how it works. Yup. That looks stupid, but it's fine. If we pick you up, I have lost the gun. Why have I lost the gun? Wait, hold, please. No, I didn't lose the gun. I'm stupid. I have a second slot. That's right. I have the second slot here. There we go! We dropped the gun! Except I That doesn't look like the right angle. Why is it spinning around there? And except for the fact that, hang on. Let me actually pause. Back out. You are an equipable weapon clone. I see. Oh, I know why. It's because the offset is in the wrong direction because of the fact that it's rotated incorrectly. That's just gonna have to be a thing I fix when I fix the model. And for now, it's just gonna be broken. That's fine. That's whatever. Great. No, I'll just, it's just gonna be like that for now. Oh well. It'll just have to be like that for now. That's fine. It's whatever. That's functional. I'm going to take a quick break. I need to go to the bathroom. And when I come back, we are going to brick. We're going to make a brick, and we're going to throw a fucking brick at somebody. It's going to deal a lot of damage, and we're going to throw a brick at somebody when we get back. So, going on standby, go to the bathroom, everybody take a stretch break. Let's go. I return. Okay, so it's break time. We are going to be breaking it up. Obviously, the first thing that we need is we're going to need a brick. I need a brick model. Get the starter cube out of the way, even though the object we are making is probably going to start with a cube anyways. Yeah, let me make sure this is up. There we go. I'm going to look up some pictures of bricks again. I just need an image of a brick. I kind of want something that kind of has the appearance of beveling. As it stands, we could also just do that in the model too. Easily just bevel the model, honestly. We will still kind of shade it appropriately. We'll say though, however, I need to figure out how it's shaded. Which I have to kind of imagine in my head how... Oh, Aralea, Stinger Purple, thank you very much for the raid. Today, I was doing stuff with weapon stuff, but Stinger Purple, let me get a shout out for you. And I'm about to make a brick. We were struggling with some code stuff and null reference exceptions because I'm ripping out some old code and having to put in some new stuff. But thankfully, the stuff has been fixed, so now it actually works. If you guys aren't familiar with the project that I'm working on, it is Buster Gun. It's the top-down roguelike shooter thing. Lots of cool stuff going on. It's already coming together pretty good. One of the things I'm kind of trying to work on in the background is getting the level generation system going. And it's not quite ready yet, but I am excited for when it is ready. But if I go ahead and actually just boot this up, we do actually have quite a bit of this already kind of functioning. So I can, in fact, pick up weapons. We just worked out a new system. Procedural, yeah, it's procedural generation. Doing some wave function collapse with some tile map stuff. Lots of stuff that I can't fully show off without just like kind of talking about it. Yeah, I'd say I'm having a good day. Again, I was kind of struggling with some wonky shit that I had to deal with, but things are getting better. By the way, yes. The Operator 45 is currently down. All the other guns work fine when they're held. Yeah, actually. All the other guns worked fine when they're held. Oh. I'm gonna need to figure out what's going on with that. Hang on. What is that? What are you? Why are you not Hang on. Wait. No. Why does it have a second model? Oh, hang on. I think I know what happened. Yes, you don't have a reference to that. That's why. That's why. Okay. That's what happened there. Got it. Missing references everywhere. That makes it bigger. Okay. I wanted to talk about the level design stuff, but if you've got other things to do, you got other things to do. It's fine. Yeah, as I was saying, the other weapons work fine. Allegedly. As long as I'm not seeing any other weird bugs with the displays. But yeah, so we implemented a system today that makes it so that the weapon models themselves are actually kind of they're handled kind of as a modular system, such that whenever I want to drop an item on the ground, for example, it will kind of reuse the same sort of object and is able to apply various effects that were present on that object, such as when you do a weapon reforge, the weapon will get like a sort of Minecraft-esque enchantment glint, and I want that to, be reflected on the weapon pickup. So that's one of the things that this system's going to help me with. It's also going to help me with actually getting everything set up, because before, I had everything where each weapon had its own prefab for the dropped item form, which is bad. And also, yeah, again, this model needs to be fixed. It's the very first model I did as an art test for this game, so it has some issues, and I still need to fix them. But all the other weapons work fine. And why? What do you mean? What fucked up? Wait. What do you mean? I thought I... Hold, please. Turns out it is still broken. Wait a minute. No, that doesn't make sense. Reset weapon display. Ah, fuck. Hang on. Wait. Equipable weapon. Reset weapon display. Yeah, muzzle equals display handler dot main muzzle point. Did I forget to set the muzzle point on Ellie? No, there it is. Muzzle tab. It's there. Why? Hang on. So pick you up. Pause. Wait. I have a hunch. Yeah, where are you? Here's Legendary Sniper Ellie. Why is it showing that there? Or are those the spare magazines? Why are the spare magazines out here? I guess that might just be because the model itself is set to the orange in there. But again, the idea is that, like, the main weapon floating, they're moved here. Muzzle temp exists. It's at the right position. Do weapon legendary Smith Ellie. It never set its transform. Why not? Wait a minute. Quick question. Why is this weapon model not a clone? This should be a clone. Why did this not set the prefab? Hold on. Why is set weapon display not being called? Wait. No, there it is. Display handler prefab is set. So why are you not getting called? Wait. Must being sent a display handler. Why are you not working? Hold on. Wait. Start the game and then look at you. Get an equipable weapon. We have the display handler referenced. It's right fucking there. Why is that not being used? Let's pause whilst it's doing that. Can it contain enemies, or is this gonna be... Yeah, it's enemies. There's enemies in the game right now, it's just... I can't shoot the enemies when the guns are broken, is the problem. Why is it not doing this? What is going on here? Go to debug. We are not equipped, we are not attached to a weapon at all. Check this. Do equipable weapon, set weapon display. And if this was running, the display handler itself would be destroyed. Or the default display handler would be destroyed. So, said weapon display is not running. Which means that display handler would have to be null, which it's not. Wait. Use. This is the one that's base level 2. Does it drop as base level 2? Is the question. It drops as base level 2. It's calling the function. What the fuck is going on? That means it's setting base weapon level. It's getting all through here. It does this. Display handler is not null. So it skips this. And then it says if display handler still is something, which is going to be because it's calling this from here, where we have a base handler, or is it display handler? This should set weapon display. Why is it not setting weapon display? Like, it's not running at all. Why are you not running at all? I don't understand. Is there anything else setting base weapon level? Anything else at all? Nothing else ever sets base level. So why are we not setting weapon display? I'm going insane. Nothing else could possibly be calling this. There are 2 references to this method. One of those is just a debug function. The other one is exactly here, where it's being called when the equipable weapon instance is null, which is going to be because we have to. Hold, please. Prototype weapon spawner. If weapon instance, then spawn drop weapon. Else we spawn a new weapon. We're spawning a new weapon, which means it should not have. We do item.set weapon, weapon info and base level. So we set an item base level, which we definitely know we're doing because it picks up as level 2. And we do this. Equipable weapon is null. And it shouldn't do anything. Why is this not being called? This is only ever called from game spawn handler. Which has a reference in prototype weapon spawner. That's fine. I don't understand. Why is it... You have no equipable weapon. What am I missing? Initialize new weapon. If we provided a display handler. Set weapon display handler. Wait. If display handler is the same as the... First of all, so we want to do that. But that shouldn't be running. That shouldn't be doing that. If we set... So create weapon display isn't being run, so we don't care about that. The other set weapon display is done here in initialize new weapon. We are being provided a display handler that is guaranteed to be a different object from the object that is currently equipped. It should be a clone that we equip on. Let me try something. The display handler exists. Attach the shit to Unity. Breakpoint here. I was gonna make a brick. I wanted to make a brick. And then the game decided it wants to be broken. It hits the breakpoint. On something. What is called that? That'll be an initialized new weapon. It's probably from here. In that case, it would be doing it there. Fine. But, you pick up the new weapon. No breakpoint! What the fuck? I don't understand. Why is it not hitting the breakpoint? Why is it not hitting the breakpoint? Does it hit anything in there? Does it hit this? Continue. Continue. Does it check this at all? It does! Why is this not the clone? Wait, hold on. No. No, that doesn't... Unless... You on collect... We pass in our display handler. Let's put a breakpoint here. So yeah, that's the initialization for Amy's pistol. Remove this breakpoint for now. Why is this the display handler being passed in? Yeah, let me get rid of these for a sec. Where's the other one? Where's the initialize? Here, this for a sec. Why is initialize new weapon? Because the thing is, if we look at this, look at this object. This weapon model is a clone. So, and you. Your display handler is the clone. So why the fuck? Unless it's not writing clone to that. Because, hold on. want to try something. So if we do this... Wait, no, because that's not going to call, because... we already know that it's broken. Need something that equipable weapon calls that lets us... check our current object. Let me see if I can do... on draw... Put a breakpoint here. So we draw the weapon. Can we then go up here? Oh, fuck me. Wait, here we go. Clone! It says clone! Right there! It says clone, which means that it should be seeing... What do you mean? Why is the gun using the wrong display handler? Where is it getting that from? We're gonna throw a debug.log in here because that gives us a stack trace. So we can quadruple check to make sure that the spot that is being called at. So we're gonna see a fuck down here. And then we'll see another fuck, right? Yes. There's now a second fuck. So we're calling this... Yeah, we're calling this from an initialized new weapon as the result of on collect here. Give me this, please. There we go. We're here. This display handler. Do you have a set weapon display here? Done here at set weapon instance. Wait. Oh my fucking goddess. Okay. I see. I was not paying attention. It sure fucking does. Now I understand what's going on here. Okay, so... That's fixable. That's fixable. It's fixable. It's way fixable. Way fucking fixable. Bear weapon. So we just do that. Then we do weapon. We also explicit type there. There. Ah. I forgot to do that. That's fine. Alright, now I understand. Now I understand the problem. I understand the problem. I'd hate that I am embarrassed that it took me that long to figure out what the problem was. But now I figured out what the problem is. And now we can shoot at things. Aralea is probably way too far gone for me to be able to actually show off shooting things, but hey, I can fucking shoot things again. Hooray. We fixed the issue. Let me swap this for the burst pistol. Check out the burst pistol. Burst pistol works nice. And we've actually got some semi-lurking sometimes. Gotta check the food. Understandable. We've actually got some enemy AI in, too. So we got a melee guy. You just get rid of these ranged guys real quick. Hang on. The way that I've kind of described how this game's combat works, I fucked up, is it's kind of like a little bit of character action game. I'm fucking up this dodge. What the fuck? How am I not getting this? Hang on. Because... there we go. If you perfect dodge an attack, you get a little bonusy thingy. There we go. There we go. Now I'm getting it properly. You'll get some extra ultimate charge, which, by the way, the ultimate charge is cool. But I don't have any enemies to actually use it on, and it's still a little bit buggy in some cases. But we also do have the ability. I'm actually changing how abilities and dodges are going to work eventually, because eventually I'm going to make it like a Dark Souls-esque stamina system, which I know is kind of silly to hear. Right now, they are both just on their own cooldowns, but if I press C, it does that. I do a big old jump. Hang on, I gotta try that again. In fact, let me go back into this room. So, actually, if I face away from this dummy, it actually deals a little bit of damage to them. It's the special powder shells from Deep Rock Galactic. That's what that's supposed to represent. Yeah, the idea is that, like, I'm kind of trying to pull, like, concepts from character action games for this game, is one of the bits of this, where I'm trying to kind of make it its own thing. That's one of the things, is that, like, it's got, like, character action elements in a way. Sort of. But, also, I can do my ultimate. So, I've got the full ultimate charge down here, and if I press Q, I jump off. I need to target the dummy, otherwise it doesn't work properly, and that's how that works. Again, still very placeholdery, and I still have a bunch of things to fix with it. I still need to actually have it properly do casts in order to handle not targeting an enemy. Yeah, could even use that ultimate to dodge things. Yeah, you do get iframes in ultimate. Both Katon and Olivia get iframes. Amy gets a shield instead. That's the thing. So, so Katon's ultimate, it's just going to do the big drop down that deals a lot of damage to one target. It will also have a bit of a shockwave that deals damage to surrounding targets as well. Olivia's is actually going to be, she rushes up to the closest enemy, grabs them, and does one of 3 different, grapple supers. She'll do either, like, a Potemkin Buster knockoff, or she will do, what's the second one? Oh, yeah, a version of, CL Melty Blood, the pile bunker attack. She'll do that, is the second one. And then the third one is she just slaps a C4 on their face, steps back, and detonates it. And that's kind of the idea behind those 3. And then Amy's is actually going to be Predator Cannon. He just pulls out a gigantic fucking minigun that also has a particle shield in front of it, and then just fires that. And then also you could press a second button to do the sneeze. A bit of a... It's based on the Predator Cannon that Legion uses in Titanfall 2. So it has the sneeze, which is Amy's way of staggering enemies. Because, like, the other supers have either stagger or grapple. So I had to basically give Amy the sneeze so that he could also stagger enemies. Here's the thing. I mean, like, the campaigns are great. Don't get me wrong. Titanfall 2, the single-player campaign is amazing. It's so great. Better than it has any right to be, that is, I'd say. It's not, like, amazing. It's not, like, the end-all, be-all Citizen Kane of first-person shooters, but it is surprisingly good and really has a lot of amazing moments. But the multiplayer is in a bad state. The multiplayer is in a terrible state for both of them, honestly. You do not want to be booting those games up for multiplayer right now. It's not great. It's pretty bad. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. The multiplayer was very fun when it worked. Unfortunate. And also, it was very fun when people weren't. The main thing right now, the servers are mostly fixed. They still have a few people who will just go around and crash servers to be an asshole about it. And there's a lot of racist people spamming racist things. And overall, the security of the game is still not great. It's better, but still not great. And so, just like overall, it's very dodgy to actually have a good time with it. And then I think Titanfall 1's multiplayer is still worked. I think it might have gotten better, but generally speaking, it's also going to have a lot of the same problems. And just like in general, not very secure. And Respawn aren't doing anything about it because it is an old-ass game. Or, well, it's kind of just at that point at this moment. But yeah, so, unfortunately now do not actually have time. So we've managed to fix guns, thankfully. But unfortunately, that does also mean that I don't actually have time to do brick. I want to do brick, but for now, I'll hold brick off for later. In general, do you want to be making more weapons to actually kind of, fill out loot pools for the game, obviously, is one of the big things. But, yes, so. Weird noises. The idea is there might be traps, I believe, but the main focus of the game is going through enemy encounters. This is very, very tiny for the actual planned encounters. The idea is supposed to be, so these are all of minion rank, and the idea is supposed to be that a typical encounter is actually going to have approximately 6 to 8 minions with 1 to 3 lieutenants is the idea. Which actually does mean that, kind of looking at these layouts now, the tile system for how everything is generating is on 1 meter tiles. So I am now realizing, doorways are supposed to be 2 meters wide. Shit. I'm gonna need to... I have not accounted for that in my current code. Doors are 1 meter wide in the code. I gotta fix that. But that's understandable. And at that point, I could also just... Well, no, I can't even do, like, 2-meter tiles either, because the door is also 1 meter thick. I gotta account for that. That's fine, though. I think, actually, currently speaking... Right. Currently speaking, doors are only supposed to be 1 tile. And I think there is a piece that handles that. Phantom, why are you always throwing cheese at me?
Reminder to maintain hydration levels. Tactical repositioning requested.
Okay, fine. I was talking, though. Anyways, so the general idea is that I'm using wavefunction collapse algorithm stuff. However, I haven't actually set everything up for that, but I am mostly setting up a lot of the backbone for it first. I'm trying to set up the tile grid. It's kind of the first thing I'm trying to work on with it. And then the concept of having... The idea is going to be that we have pre-built room layouts with some parts of it that can be extended to potentially link up the way that I want it to. And then brain fart. And then the game is going to essentially connect rooms to each of the sort of entryways. However, it is also going to be set up such that entryways are actually going to be a bit dynamic. The idea would be, like, for example, if this were actually a layout room, I could actually set this up such that it doesn't have to put a door here. It can actually put the door anywhere on this line. And then, you know, rooms that it connects to can also be put in certain configurations. Which is why that is going to require quite a bit of finagling to have good performance on that. Because, oh boy, that makes the entropy calculations fucking immense. Especially if I have it calculate every single room possibility at once, which I want to have a lot of room possibilities. That's going to have a very high complexity. So that's why I'm rolling my own tile map system at the moment, which should be working pretty decently. But again, I don't have anything to fully visualize it just yet. What's going to help visualize it is actually getting some room layouts started. And for that, I actually want to get some level kits. I can actually also try and integrate having levels be generated visually. Granted, I can also do... The idea is supposed to be that I can have tile kits, level tile kits, that are generated based on the layout. Because obviously, I talked about it earlier, where I want to be able to have certain parts of it be able to extend in order to meet other parts. I don't want to do dungeon-style hallways, because there are very specific implications about moving between rooms that is going to make hallways break that. So I can't do hallways. And I want to be able, because the idea is going to be I have static encounters that are in rooms, but then also have enemy patrols that can move through rooms. And the problem is that if the player could be in a hallway, I don't want enemies to be in that hallway. But also, if I just disallow enemies from being in hallways, it severely limits their movement. So instead, I'm trying to set up some ways in order to be able to extend the entryways of a room in a way that doesn't necessarily break the encounter in that room. Because that's always going to be kind of a concern. Is, for example, if I have this room all the way over here, and I have the entryway that's just like 4 meters wide, and it's just like a big hallway. You're fish in a barrel. You're just gonna get shot at by all the enemies that are over here who already have better cover than you. Granted, you know, that's kind of what you have dash for, to be fair. And again, the idea is going to be that we limit how many tiles we can extend a entryway by. But also, again, me kind of looking at the size of these rooms, and then looking at what I was kind of planning with the tile map. That might be difficult. That's for sure. But we'll see. But yeah, so I've been rolling a lot of stuff myself. So it's on a chunk-based system. 16 by 16 chunks of 256 tiles. However, chunks, and so within a chunk, it is a two-dimensional array. Just 16 by 16 array. That's fine enough for within a chunk. However, chunks themselves are indexed in a spiral, which I'm very proud of how I got the code to work, except for a couple of things in which I said, fuck you, quadratic formula, I hate you, brute force it, which might be brute forcing it a lot more than I was hoping, but it's fine. It should be fine. Again, the idea is that get position of chunk shouldn't be done very often. In fact, currently, Chunk Algo Tester is the only one that's doing that, and that's just a, like, pseudo-unit test component. Which I do need to start, because this stuff is very, very touchy, I need to start setting up some unit tests for this. I really do. I just need to remember how to do that, and also I think I need to move around a bunch of stuff for it to work properly. Because I think I need to actually have this stuff defined into assemblies. It is currently still just all in the same assembly sheet C#. And in order to be able to do unit tests, Unity needs this to be its own assembly. So I still need to make sure that's done appropriately. And I don't know off the top of my head whether or not Unity is going to dislike the current layout or structure of my code. So I'll have to figure that out. But yeah, so. Yeah, the spiral chunk indexing is primarily just because I did not want to have to go through the idea of arbitrarily picking, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to have to go through the concept of having to arbitrarily choose boundaries for the level. Because, again, part of the issue is mainly that if I have a 2D array, I can't have negative coordinates, right? And if I want to be able to generate a level that can reach in all different directions, I would have to place the, like, starting position somewhere in the middle of an arbitrarily defined box. And I did not like that idea. So instead, I have spiral chunks. Which is an interesting concept, to be sure. But it functions well enough. And again, it took a lot of debugging and figuring out and, what's the word I'm looking for? It's fixing math It's a lot of math. It's a very lot of math. It is a ridiculous amount of math. But the math will be worth it in the end, I think. Because again, the idea behind this is to have the most kind of performance in order to very quickly determine whether or not something can spawn somewhere, whether or not that somewhere is ideal, whether or not that somewhere can connect with another thing, which I want the system to kind of prioritize that, and being able to kind of set up a bunch of other things. And I need that to be able to run very fast, because again, this wave function is going to have like 16 bajillion different combinations at almost any time, because of the fact that doorways are going to be multiple tiles wide. That's gonna have to be done that way. And once again, I do need to make sure that doorways... I need to make sure that the system understands that doorways actually need 2 tiles, not 1 tile, because I've wrote most of it with the assumption that doorways are 1 tile until I realized that they're not. Technically speaking, I could cheat, have them be 1 tile, but they're centered on the tile, which will be kind of annoying to set up, because then that means that walls need to be aware of whether or not they're next to a door and therefore become half walls, essentially. That's doable, I think. Possibly. It might not be that bad. But the thing to cover is I want layouts to actually have a way to set up such that some tiles will be automatically procedurally built. So procedurally build walls and floors in those tiles and say like, hey, there's a wall here, so I have to put a wall object model here. And then I also want it to have the ability to set certain tiles as being part of a decoration object instead. I can have like a part that is, instead of it being using the automatic generation, it's instead a pre-built part that is part of the room. Essentially part of the level kit. So I still need to set something up for that. And the idea is going to be, I need a lot of stuff to be able to do decorators anyways. Because the idea is going to be, you know, you want to be able to set up everything within a layout. And so that would include, like, props. Probably will actually try and figure out a system for variations of a singular room. To have different prop layouts within the room layout. But then, I need to be able to actually specify those props. And beyond that, there's also supposed to be, obviously, each, you know, layout template needs a handful of things depending on what type of room it is usable as. If it is just like a small little supply closet, it's going to be marked as it cannot have enemies in it. Therefore, it won't need enemy spawns. But a larger room that can house enemies will need enemy spawns, even if it's not necessarily going to be used as an enemy encounter room. And the idea behind that is so that I can make it easier to have patrol movements. The idea is that, you know, obviously encounter rooms will always be set up to host an enemy encounter. That's the whole point. And then enemies are only allowed to move between rooms where the game could have combat. And so therefore, I want to be able to make it such that some supply rooms or storage rooms that would normally be like loot rooms, and also event rooms, can still potentially become encounter rooms by virtue of an enemy encounter, an enemy patrol being there, and then you enter the room while the enemy patrol is there. It becomes a patrol encounter, essentially. That's the concept. And that's why I want to be able to set things up in that concept. I want there to be lots of different connections between rooms, and I want rooms to be able to connect to existing rooms during the generation step, so that we can have, interesting patrol movement and interesting exploration. I have a lot of cool ideas for the exploration of this game. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Because the idea is gonna be, there's actually key cards. It's nothing like those usual keys you see in other roguelikes, other similar roguelikes. Instead, it is going to be Doom style, where there are 3 key cards per level, each corresponding to different doors. There can be multiple per key card. It's just, that's going to be the idea behind it. And so you gotta find the key cards to open up all the doors. And some key cards can be just within breakables or item crates or whatever. Some key cards will have to be found on enemies, usually a lieutenant or a boss. And then also I had the idea for the bulletin boards. I love how I developed the idea for bulletin boards. I was thinking before that I wanted rooms to have what's the word I'm looking for? Wall spawn slots, as in slots to spawn things that are attached to a wall. One of the first things I thought of for that was like Half-Life-esque chargers, like a health charger, something like that. And then I had the other idea of having, obviously I also wanted to potentially have like wall traps on there as well. And then I had the idea of having like a bulletin board or cork board they could potentially find a key card on. And it's just like, well, that's kind of a weak concept, right? It's just a bulletin board that's just a spawn point for a key card. And I came up with something else for it. It'll also have cute little memos, so we can spawn more of them. And if they don't have a key card, they'll instead just have like a cute little lore memo of, somebody from Big Idol Corporation having some beef with somebody else. Or it could also be a gameplay hint or a level hint. You'd be like, hey, don't touch that lever in West Hall. The boss will fire you if you do that. And you go and you touch it, and then it opens up a secret passageway, because that's also a mechanic that I've already kind of planned on. And that would be cool. Or it could be like, hey, whose bright idea was it to give the Delta key card to that guy in East Generator? Something like that. The idea is that I will have to make sure that rooms have unique names so that you can identify them. I have some plans on how that's going to work. So that's going to be how that would be. And I think that would be cool. And then also have it, the elite boss is sort of like the floor boss of the level is the elite boss. And I could have like I could have billboard hints or bulletin board hints that like say, they give you hints towards which one it is, or it could give you hints on how to fight them. That's a cool idea. Yeah, those are the kinds of ideas that I have for this. But it is late. In fact, it is in fact right now 20 o'clock. We should get out of here at 8 p.m. So I'll hop out of here. Go say hi to a friend of mine. Take a break. I deserve a break. we've been given the runaround by Unity a bit. Let me make sure everything here is saved. Yes, we want to stop debugging. And then close Unity. Close Blender for now. And I need to open up Git. Yes. Implement. All of this should be for the stuff that I was talking about, right? Yeah. Just about. In theory, we could also still instantiate the thing and still have the shrink thing, but I'm not that much of a fan of it. But implement weapon display component. Oh, hang on. This we can discard changes. That was just us trying to fix the debug using. Let's see what else got touched that I feel like doesn't actually need to be touched. Hopefully I didn't leave any logs in there. And yeah, we added those to the game spawn handler. We also added the sound effect for Ellie, which I'm actually going to take that off of the thing. Which means we'll leave this for the next update. The default fire sound here. These are fine like this. I do still need to get a new sound for the actual display handler prefab. That's all of those. Create a pickable weapon prefab. Shoot a bunch of things to that. Oh yeah, we also moved it out of that folder. That's right. And then, you know, we added weapon models for everything. Then changed the variables here. This, unfortunately, did basically nothing for us. Because, of course, it did. Oh, right, because we did obsolete on that. We can clean that up later. Oh, actually, no, because display handler prefab. That's added. That's important. Alright, that should be it. So, commit to main. Yep. And the rest of this is just update fire sound. For Ellie. And push origin. Right, let's find a friend to drop in. A friend to drop in on. Also close these. I'll go ahead and flip over the chatting scene. And let's go find a friend. I'll do my plugs. Schedule ahead. As I said before, I'm doing a bit of a reduced schedule this week. I am just doing... The next stream will be Saturday, Catgirlcraft. We are not doing a Thursday or Friday stream, partially because I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to have coffee tomorrow. Hopefully I do. And also partially because I just need to take a break. Sunday is also devoid of streaming, where it would normally be the cultural exchange program with Olivia. We just finished Metal Gear Solid 3, and Olivia wanted a week off before we actually start tackling the next game, which is going to be Ratchet & Clank 3, Up Your Arsenal. I still have to go back through that and kind of refresh myself on that game. And what else? And yeah, and then we'll do more game dev next week, as usual. Hopefully I have more stuff to show for the level generation stuff. I am going to have to figure out. I'm actually going to drop in here in the level design thing. And put a note here. Reminder that doors are actually 2 meters. Although I think again I might just cheat and put doors halfway through. We'll see. We might be able to get away with that. Probably can get away with it. Okay. We'll see about it. We'll see about it. Outside of that, close this down and we'll drop in the front bars. Already gone over everything, so yeah, let's click stop raids real quick. See if we got a friend on to drop in on. There's a little EOF on. Doing some game design herself. Likely drop in on her. It's also Alkaline doing some software and game dev. Of course, on a quiet day is when we get all the people who I can raid on for game dev. It's also Diesel. Have you raided Diesel recently? I have not raided them in the last 30 days. Huh. I have to fix this. We're gonna drop it on Diesel. You gotta say hi to Dagoki. If you are with us, I want you to say, I'm gonna do this. Keep on wave. Hi, the Goki. And that's our raid message. Y'all know the drill. You can unlock that emote using channel points. It is very affordable here, 256 points. If you don't have the channel points for it, then you'll just say hi to Goki. Alright. Let's pull this up over here. And with that being said, do that. And then, ladies, gentlemen, everything in between, thank you very much for tuning into the stream. Hope to see you guys next time. Until then, this is Kton, over and out.